Testing, testing, check, check.
Testing, testing, check, check.
Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to a Sunday talk. And, as usual, at the beginning of each of my live streams, Sunday being no exception, I'm feeling a lot better today. I'm not as upset, if you're interested. I hope that's going to be good news for the Sunday talk, because it means I might not get as nasty. Let's update on the situation of the Programming Games Club. We should start somewhere. We should start somewhere, shouldn't we? Today's talk will be learning to program. And because it's the first talk, we're going to do where to start. And I'll introduce you to a calculator and the module, which is where we're going to start today. That's coming up soon. Give you time to, log in, join us on Twitch if you want to see this live and interact. This is you can interact, by the way. Oh, hello, viewer. You just popped up. Good to see you along. Thank you. It really is appreciated, and I'm astounded. Let's update and investigate. So, firstly, before we start this today, I started broadcasting Programming Games Club on, when was it? A week before this? First week in March 2022. If you're watching this for the programming, learning to program, or whatever, you're not alone, it would seem. Some people seem to like this level 5 mission that I did. Interesting. I don't know how many hours go into that, but that's interesting. If you are learning to program, or you already know how to program, and you want to learn more, you're definitely not alone. Igor. Ooh, hello, Igor. Igor Levdansky. 14 hours ago. That makes it yesterday, or last night to me. I don't know what time period it would be for him. I know it's a different time period to mine. I know he's not in the UK. And English is not his first language. How can I tell all of this just from that? Well, yeah. Let's reply. I don't want to reply here. That's Igor. Can I not go to the comment? Can I not go to this? Because it's the last time he's going to be posting this. Ah. It would seem that this doesn't take me there. Okay. I need to know which video you're on. Oh, here we go. Programming OpenGL Shaders, Programming Games Club. Okay, this is the comment. And it's the second time. It's the second time the comment has appeared. Bad quality 360p. Mm-hmm. Okay, can I get to this video? Quality, auto, 1080p, HD.
Thank you for the test.
Thank you for that.
Check my.
Now I'll reply. I'm sorry, Igor. But you're wrong. The video is in 1080p HD. It seems you have a problem with YouTube and not me. I'm being honest. Why doesn't YouTube like itself? Oh, I see. It wants to be like that, does it? Please contact their support if these problems persist. I cannot help you further. Oh. As there is nothing wrong here. Please do not keep posting quality checks unless you have resolved your issues with YouTube. Full stop. Sorry, Igor, but you are wrong. The video is in 1080p HD. It seems you have a problem with YouTube and not me. Please contact their support if these problems persist. I cannot help you further as there is nothing wrong here. Please do not keep posting quality checks unless you have resolved your issues with YouTube. Thanks. Your feedback is truly appreciated. Have fun. Sorry, it ain't me, Igor. It ain't me. I can't even click on that one. Oh, and if you're wondering if Igor does post this on another of my videos, it will be removed. It's not because I don't want the feedback. I do want the feedback, and I don't mind if he does post. But it's misinformation, it's not fact. Just a little point of view problem that Igor has. He thinks I'm creating a problem and I'm not. Okay, thank you for the nice vid comment. Who was that? Go back. Adventures in Eve number 9, nice vid. Oh, cheers, Pepsi. You've done that a couple of times. I don't really answer comments on games. That was the funniest moment in one of my videos ever. Hey, I'm human. I loved it as well. I thought it was a good joke, so I left it in. Oh, look, we are uploading yesterday's. I've been through this before, that when it gets uploaded, it gets processed. So I'll go through it once more, and hopefully Igor will watch this and he will understand what's going on here. Okay, it's processing. It's processing in what did he say, 80p? .360p SD. Once it has fully processed and published in 360p SD, it will then carry on processing for the 1080p HD version. Until that has been fully processed, if you try watching the video, you will only be able to see it in 380p. That is the reason, Igor, you are seeing what you are seeing. You are not wrong in your comment, you are correct. Your problem isn't with my video, it's with YouTube, because YouTube cannot process the high definition one fast enough before you click on the video. If you wait for the HD version to be processed, then you'll view it in HD. It's a matter of time. So, dealt with. I can't delete what you have said, Igor, because what you have said is correct. But I now give you fair warning. I have answered your comment. 12. This is going away, this 12,737 views. You are not alone if you are watching this video. Remember that. People are following. They are interested. This is an open channel. You can talk to each other, you know. You could even join a Discord. Was there anything else I needed to update? Oh, that was bad of me, wasn't it? How ignorant I am. Thank you, George. 200099. Thanks for your follow 4 hours ago. Keep Positive Gamer. Thanks for chipping in on yesterday's video. Stream. Interaction is what I'm hoping for, but not interaction with me, to be quite honest. I want interaction with each other. That is my end goal. Smart 1094. I think I've already given you a shout out, but in case I haven't, thanks. It's appreciated. Today we are learning to program where to start. Wow, that's a talk and a half, isn't it? Where to start the talk at the beginning. Let's go through the normal scenario, shall we? Let's start somewhere. You got a computer. And then you have an idea. Your first idea would probably come from wanting to do something on the computer and not having a way of doing it. An app. Wow. Phone. And not having a way of doing it. An application. You will have you will have found an application. You want to do something in that application and it doesn't do what you want it to do. Because People who have programmed all of these applications prior to you even becoming a programmer haven't thought of all of the ideas that could have existed, or all of the needs that could have or can exist in the future. You can't program for the future, you can only program for the past. Mobile lash. Oh, it's telling me that I'm online, thank you. Red Hat developers are inviting me to look at something. We're not doing that whilst I'm talking to people who matter. Sorry, Red Hat developers, you don't matter. Welcome along, viewers. Somebody's turned up. It's Sunday. Grab some food, grab a coffee. So, you found out that you want to do something with a computer that hasn't been done. Doesn't matter whether you've programmed before or not. This talk is aimed at you. You have an idea. We'll keep that going that way, I think. I think we'll slide slowly to the left. Okay, we'll give ourselves a bit more room then. That's where it starts. Experiment. I like my experiments because I like science. I don't agree with scientists, but it doesn't mean I don't like science. I just don't like scientists. Experiment. If you are not making yourself a cup of coffee, sitting down and snuggling up to listen to this wonderful talk, try this experiment. Go boil a kettle. You need a cup of coffee, by the way. Go boil a kettle. Go ahead, go do it. And whilst you're boiling that kettle, think about how you would program that. Well, that's an easy program. Shall we do the system? There's your program. Told you a program in English, didn't I? Ooh, that didn't go well. That was a bit scratchy. There's your program. Is it correct? No, it's not, obviously, because that's what the talk's about. But that's the program, isn't it? You switch the kettle on and wait for it to boil. So where do you start with a program? Where do you start with how to program? Where do you start learning to program? What was the title? I've already forgotten. Learning to program. Yes, thank you. I got it right. You learn to program by observation. It's why I like science. Learn by observation. You cannot program something that you do not understand. To understand, the human being has to observe, and that's called science. It's at this point I'm supposed to go off on a rant and for about 20 minutes all about science and why it's wrong. But we're not going to do that today because I'm in a good mood. Yesterday I was in a bad mood, I suppose. So why is our easy to program boil a kettle experiment incorrect? It's missing something. It's missing the start. Where's the start? Well, we need to check whether there is water in the kettle. So there are pre-processes to our... Alright, we're going to go right over here. I'm going to keep it slightly as 2 words, although I know it's 1. Don't complain in the comments below. It's on purpose. Process. As don't know where the S's go or how many there are. I will check if all pre-processes have an if. If water in kettle. Each one of these pre-processes is a question that you will be asking yourself as a programmer. Each question is true or false. It's binary. It's a program. And you can use very, very fancy Boolean algebra. And you can learn Boolean algebra as a mathematics. And you can become very good at it. If the water is in the kettle, it's true. We run the program. If it's false, we have to do something. We have to put water in the kettle. It's not called put, is it? Sorry, let's go English. Oh, come on, get me shortcuts right. Fill kettle. How do we fill a kettle? Well, we need to write a program. We need to decide, well, we know where the water is, we know where the kettle is. Do we bring the water to the kettle or do we take the kettle to the water? Which is more efficient? Which program would run faster? The water. Is it poisoned? Is it safe? If it's safe, we're okay. If it's poisoned, if we boil poisoned water, will it become safe? How much water? Where did that water come from? How do we know the contents of that water? What's in that water? We've just jumped into the rabbit hole. And I think that's what I'm trying to prove. If you don't know what a rabbit hole is, it's a never-ending series of events that can never, ever be answered. Because you will carry on down that rabbit hole all the way down to the molecular construction of water, using this example. No, it's not. Experiment. You can't complete the experiment. There isn't a completion. It becomes a paradox. I think that's how you spell it. And that is not necessarily true. So it gets 2 question marks. I can't prove it not to be true, so I can't put the third one there. And I can't prove that it is true, so I can't use 1. Do you see my symbols and how I use them? Right, okay. You've just gone down a rabbit hole in an experiment to boil a kettle. Try the same experiment with pick up a pen. Try the experiment with plug in a plug. Try the experiment with switch on the TV. Try the experiment with any real life idea that is so simple. Open a door. Try the experiment. Try the program. You can't. It's impossible. And that's why you're all stuck. Because you're doing it wrong. The experiment proves that. You can't write a program under that experiment. It's impossible. Nobody can do it, and that's why we get it wrong. We need a start place. And this experiment proves that we need a start point. So where is the start point? Well, the experiment actually tells us that it's the conclusion to the experiment. Where are we? At 6 point something on this board, aren't we? Yeah, we are. So let's do the conclusion to the experiment. We know how the experiment goes now. There's no answer. You just can't answer it. I'm sorry, but you just can't, because as soon as you get down to the molecular level, you're into the sciences, and then the sciences are wrong. So you'll never get the answer. So conclusion. We must start with, and this is going to be very, very hard for you to understand, the answer. We can't start anywhere else. The other word we use for answer is solution. That's the technical term. I don't like technical terms. They try and obscure the reality. And that's what scientists do. We must start with the answer. And that's the conclusion of today's talk as well. We have to turn the whole experiment upside down on its head. Because there isn't a beginning. There is only an answer. What we can do in the experiment, though, is find that we can split this answer down into small little bits like a jigsaw puzzle. And that brings us in to how we go about programming the solution, the answer. This is where we start. You have an idea. You know what you want to do. That's where you start. It's not where you want to end up. It's where you start. You are going to end up somewhere else. But you have to start with that answer, that idea. And it doesn't matter. There's a rule in science. To observe an event will change an event. And the same is true in programming. To program a solution, you will change the solution. The same is true. You may realise there is something called computer science. I know I took it at A-level in England, which I don't know what that is. It's just pre-degree. I never did my degrees. I also didn't pass the A-level. I didn't take the exam. I sat the course. I didn't take the exam. So I don't have an A-level in computer science. I have taken the course. And there's a reason I didn't sit the exam. Is because it's called computer science, and I disagree with science. Because of that one rule. If you observe something, or in this case you program something, you will change what that thing is. Therefore, you can never program the answer. You can never, in science, observe the answer. You can only change it. You can't completely do it. Which means you can only observe what something is not. You can only program what something is not. You can't program the problem. There aren't any. There aren't any problems in boiling a kettle, for God's sake. You can all do it. I struggle. But you can all do it, probably. Some of you may struggle. I've just realised I might not be alone either. You can't look at the problem. How do you spell answer? You can only observe the solution. You can only program the solution. But you can break it down into a jigsaw puzzle. Which, funnily enough, will fit in a box. And we'll call that box a computer. And each piece of the jigsaw puzzle is called a module. And because it's a module, we can program it. Remember, jigsaws also have an edge. If you do jigsaw puzzles, you'll know you'll usually always do the edge first, because that gives you the guide for what's in the middle. So you should really start programming the modules that are at the edge. Well, we're not going to do that today. But you should start with the edge, the limits of your program, the modules that will be limiting factors. But that's not quite true in programming. You might really want to start with the core. That's where I usually start. I usually start at the core, at the heart, in the centre, the centrepiece. The module, the piece, the jigsaw piece that goes right at the centre. And I decide what that is, and then I go and program it. And there's only one thing a computer can do. And that's why I know what the centrepiece is. A computer is an electronic calculating machine. That's all it can do. It's a programmable calculator. So the central piece to your solution is a calculator. That's what's at the core. And it's a module, it's a jigsaw piece. My God, I'm keeping on track today. This is surprising. It's going to be a short talk. Start at the heart of the matter. It's my preference. You can choose. Modules. It's a way of thinking. I'm not trying to teach you this, I'm just trying to make you think. Programming is a jigsaw puzzle. More literal than you think. This really isn't an analogy. This is an actuality. Each piece of a jigsaw puzzle has a different shape. But to get to the solution, it can only be placed in one place. One way up. It has to be placed in the correct position. The number of pieces in a jigsaw puzzle can vary from 2 to as many as you like. Bajillions, it's infinite. But it must be 2. There has to be 2 pieces. You can't have a one-piece jigsaw puzzle. Well, you could, I suppose. It'd be a square. Well, it'd just be a picture, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be much of a puzzle. So no, you can't have a one-piece jigsaw puzzle. That's an impossibility. That in itself would be stupid. It's two pieces. You can fit those two pieces together in one way only to make the picture. The same is true for programming. You need two pieces. You need the entry point and you need the process. So there is an entry point and a process, a module. That's all you need for a program. We've just defined a program. Wow, that was quick. Okay. There's only one way you can fit the two together. If you're an advanced programmer, you should now start learning. Because each of these modules should be independent. So let's start laying out the rules of programming, because now you're learning to program. You know what a program is. It's two pieces, two modules. Each module must be independent. I told you it wasn't an analogy. It is a jigsaw puzzle. Each piece independent. Oh, that was bad. Each piece of the jigsaw puzzle is independent. My brain just misfired. Each piece of a jigsaw puzzle is a piece, a module. It is independent. You can pick it up separately. You can place it anywhere you want on a blank table, in a blank space. And it will still have the same function. Module can be replaced by function if you wish. I don't care what you call it. If you're a functional programmer, go ahead, replace it. Function. Go, 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 go. If you're an object-orientated programmer, replace the word module with object. It's still the same thing. You've just called it different things. The behaviours of your modules are up to you. How you create your modules is up to you. What language you use is up to you. Pause for thought. I need a bio. Be right back. That's better. Relief. It is going to be a short one today. 46 minutes in and we've nearly finished. Good. It's going to be the fastest talk I'm going to do on a Sunday. I hope. We now know where to begin. We begin... Well, the entry point is usually... It depends on the language. It's always the same usually. C, C++ is main. It's a module. Do what you want with it. The process is the place where we start. The first process is where we start. So we've now answered our question. I'm going to show you how to do this next week. We're actually going to do, I'm going to do it. We are going to do it, probably. Where do we start? We don't need to write the entry point. That is given. That is given by the language that you use. What isn't given by the language you use is that second module. And there is only one module it can be. And I think you already know what it is. Calculations. It's a calculator. It's the only thing it can be. It can be Boolean. It could be base 10. It could be base 16. It could be any numerical calculator that you wish. It must be able to complete 3 actions. And we all know the answer to this if you've been watching my talks. It's not hard. It must be able to assign values. You need something to calculate upon. Numbers, data, whatever. It must be able to make a decision. Make a logical decision. I'm saying logical because it's a computer and it relies on logic. And it must be able to do one more thing to be called a program. You are now a programmer. You have learnt everything. And that concludes the talk, I guess. Programming in a nutshell. In 51 minutes or less, because we did start off with an update. But you've just learnt to program. If you've never written a program before, I will go through these steps again next week in streams designed with code in mind, because that's what I've been requested to do. That's what you have asked me to do. So I'm going to do it. And we're going to go through this step by step. We're going to create a solution. We are then going to code our first two modules. We are going to run our first two modules and calculate. Yes, it is the end of the talk because the coffee's gone cold. Right. Any questions? Put them in the comments. How are we doing on YouTube, by the way? You thought I was joking, didn't you? That's the talk. Processing 41% still. It's still on SD. I wanted to show how it goes over to HD. I did want to show that today. Okay. Right, why did my stream die yesterday? Well, yesterday was a very, very special day. I thought it might have been because I said something wrong and I was cut off. That could still be the case. I can't. Well, I could prove it, I suppose, but I don't want to. Yesterday was the last day of my internet. And I forgot that it was the last day of my internet. Because a month ago, I ordered a new internet, an upgrade, which is 5 times faster. I was at 100 G, is it? Or whatever. I went to 500 yesterday. So this internet is now 5 times faster. We're still having a few problems, I think, with the internet, so I'm keeping a very sharp eye on the stream, obviously. I'm expecting it to crash at any minute because I don't think they've finished the transfer from one internet to the other. It probably means that what happened yesterday, why it crashed, is that my IP changed. That's the basics of it. My IP address, my internet address changed. I haven't checked, and it's not theoretical. I really need to switch the modem off, reboot, and on again. But they won't let me do the check yet. They're still stopping me from checking the internet connection. It's coming up with a warning that I've just changed and that I need to let it settle down. In other words, they are watching my internet connection and deciding the priority on the server that is governing my internet connection. they want to know my usage. And until they know my usage, they cannot properly set my internet address. %49%. YouTube, you're a bit slow. I didn't think that one was that big. I could be wrong. They're doing the best though. I mean, they do have a lot of videos to process. So let's give them credit where credit's due. They're doing a good job, I guess. But it's not in safe hands. Didn't do the test in the intro. Damn. Because I couldn't. Right. Because I already knew the result of the test, so I didn't do it. Right, that's okay then. What am I missing here in front of me? Anybody, no questions about learning to program? You all know how to program now. Obviously, next week is going to be an example of how it's done with code and explanation. Not sure it's going to take all week, so I've got plenty of time, I think, spare. I don't think it's going to take me long to actually write a program. Unless I can't type, which is one of the problems that we may come across. We'll see about that. I don't know if I can type or not at the moment because I haven't been trying to lately. Something about modules. You can collect them. And of course you can adapt them and alter them. You can improve upon them over time. And that's why I'm not saying you need to use them, but you are going to use them. It's not a need, it's what you do as a programmer. It's how you program. You can't program any other way. The assigned word to a programmer on a game is called a developer. A developer develops. They take existing known code and they develop it to fit the game that they are creating. If you think a developer of a game is somebody who goes and writes a game from scratch, wrong. As a programmer, when you're learning, or even an advanced programmer who has already learnt so far, or so much, there's room for improvement. Doesn't matter if you've written a program or not. The first program you write is probably going to be rubbish. The second program you write is going to be better, etc., etc., better and better. That's how you learn to program, by doing it. And the first program you will ever write will be a calculator. Somebody out there is already an advanced programmer who watches this stream and will turn around and say, well, that wasn't the first program I ever wrote. And I'm going to turn around to that person and said, you liar. It was. You just didn't know it was. It's the only program you could have written. Because it's the only program the computer can actually perform. Oh no, my first program was to create a web page. That's a calculator. A web page is nothing more than a calculator. It takes information off the internet in a numerical form. It then calculates and interprets by assigning values, making logical decisions, looping and repeating through the data. To interpret and display a web page, it is a calculator. You may argue with me, you can tell me that I'm wrong, and I may be. I may be very wrong. I'm human. I accept that. But I know I'm more right than wrong through experience. And if you haven't written a program yet and you want to write a program, follow along next week. Feel free. Make changes to what I do. Play with it. That's how you learn. I think that was in one of my talks recently. Go play. Because that's how humans learn. But we now know what we're programming. We now have a definitive task ahead of us. We now know what we're going to do. We have a start point. We have somewhere we can start, something we can program. And we're not going to be jumping down a rabbit hole. It's funny because when I first... I'm just going to tell you a story. Why not? When I first learnt to program, I was at the age of around 13 years of age. A few years back. 42 years back. And the first program I ever wrote was a mess. An absolute goddamn mess, because I was in the rabbit hole. I didn't know what I've just told you. I jumped into the rabbit hole with my eyes wide open, and I wrote a program. Take a plate of spaghetti. You may have heard the phrase spaghetti code. That's what you get when you jump down the rabbit hole. Your operating system, this operating system, Windows, has layers and layers and layers of spaghetti code. Which can't be unravelled. It hangs together by a thread, literally. About 1,000 of them. Look on your task manager if you've got Windows. It'll tell you how many threads you're using. Should be over 1,000. That's Windows for you. 75% already. Hope you're watching this, Igor. I'm trying to tell you what YouTube support probably won't tell you. And it's on screen. I'm showing it to you. You won't be making that comment again, I don't think, when you realise what you've done. I jumped down the rabbit hole and I programmed. And I expect all of the new programmers who see this to do the same. The experienced programmers will understand exactly what I've just said. They should be experienced enough to know what I've just said. And they will understand that that's how they program, and they don't have a choice. Some of them will have degrees in programming. O-levels, A-levels, degrees, masters. Computer science. They will have learnt everything, all of the knowledge that was presented to them at the time that they were in education. But ask them about their first program. All of you advanced programmers out there, talk to the learners, the beginners, the people who haven't written the first program. Tell them the truth about your first program. Tell them the truth about what happened to you. 90% plus of first programs don't work. 90% plus of first programs are then forced to work. The funny thing is, they had all of that education, they went out into the big wide world and got themselves programming jobs. And the experience that they had from their first program to the programming jobs that they have today in the games industry, those ones that became games programmers, is exactly the same. They jump into the rabbit hole and they program. They know the rules. They know they can't do that. And when it comes to crunch time and they are forced to release the program because the publishers demand it, they want a return on their investment after all. They publish a piece of code which is such a mess, a pass-1 code base, that is such a mess and held together by a thread. That they're not proud of themselves. A lot of developers upon release will walk away from the job. The stress of final release will see a lot of the developers leave. If they haven't already left during final release, that is. That's the games industry for you. Chews you up and spits you out. And why? Because the lead developers asked you to jump down the rabbit hole. That's where they started. Here's the idea. Let's go do it. You do this, you do that, you do the other. Set up this, set up that, set up the other. This is the game engine that we've developed for the previous game. Go to it, guys. That code is pass-1 code. It's not gold code. It's not pass-3. It was never meant to be developed upon. That game engine they've just given you to create your brand new game with is spaghetti. It's garbage. And you're about to add another layer to it of more garbage. The developers at the start of a project will not say, this is the code that we've got, let's do a pass 2. Let's clean it all up, let's make it good code. And once you've done that, they will not then turn around and say, let's do a pass 3 and make it gold standard code which can be developed upon. No, they won't do that. That costs money. In reality, you are going to be presented with a bundle of crap and told to program with that crap. It's up to you. Hello, Poppy. Thank you. Go on then. Yeah, it's okay. I'm talking to these people here. Come purr to them. Come on. Give them a nice purr. 93% processing. It's still flashing a blue SD. If you can't see it on your screen, if you're on a mobile, you probably can't see it, but that's what I'm watching. I'm only talking because I'm trying to fill in a space of time. I haven't finished the stream because it hasn't finished itself. You don't need to watch this. I'm just trying to prove a point to Igor. I didn't want to be nasty to him. Because he was right. So we're still filling in time. We're at 95% processing. It's still flashing blue SD, which is 380p. Low resolution. Single D. What does HD stand for? High definition. SD must be single definition. Okay, we'll go with that. S stands for single right now, in my head. I might be right. I'm not looking it up. Not today. It's talky talk day, not research day. She's purring now. It's going to hang at 95%, isn't it, processing? And it's going to sit there and make me wait. YouTube, you're so silly. Why does it hang at 95%, do you think? Why does it stop? Why doesn't it ever get to 96%? Because it won't, will it? Because it's processing. So if SD covers 95% of the processing, but it isn't, it's processing SD, so it's 95% processing of the SD. Got you. Okay, let's get that definition right in my head before I make a mistake. It's pending visibility. Well, yeah. What's it doing for that last 5%, do you think? I know what it's doing. It's taking all the data that it's processed and it's copying it. It's making a file which it can publish onto YouTube. That's what it's doing in the last 5%. Is that actually 5% of the processing, though? No, it's not. It's lying to you. It's lying to you because 95% completed is a feel-good factor. The programmers of this YouTube program, this processing program, are lying to you. The computer is lying to you. taking all of that data and making a file and copying it into the correct place for it to be a video on YouTube and then publishing it is not 5% of the process. It's half the process. Compiling the data was the first 50%. The second 50% is publishing. And that's what it's doing now. I hate being lied to by computers, because I know it's not the computer that is the lie. Do you think the programmers meant to lie? Do you think they sat down specifically and thought, we're going to tell them a lie? See, it's still at 95%. You've watched it go up to 95% with me whilst I've been talking, from around about 40 or 50%. And it's still there. And it's going to be there for a while, isn't it? How do I know this? Because it wasn't the programmers that decided to put that there. Why would programmers care about telling you that it's 95% complete? They wouldn't. It's marketing. Look, we can process your video this fast. It's a marketing ploy. We are this good. We are efficient. They're trying to show you that YouTube can efficiently process a video. Well, actually, YouTube is processing the video, probably efficiently. But anybody can do that. Sorry, YouTube, you're not unique. If you upload a video to Twitch, it'll do the same thing, by the way. For the same reason. It was the same in government. They'd program something, they'd have a bar or a completion whilst it was processing something, like the output of data, to say, for paying staff. And it would say to the operator how complete the process was. It wasn't the programmers who decided to put that in. It was the managers who put that in. Not to show how efficient the program was. These programs were done differently. These were for internal use in government. They were there for a department called Time and Motion. A department that had to measure the effectiveness of your time, to calculate whether what you were doing was efficient or not within government, and whether the government was spending its money, because the government is accountable to the public. Was the government spending its money wisely? It needed to prove that it was spending its money wisely. So you will find this exact device in government so that they can prove that their programs are efficient and they were worth paying the consultancy fee for. All comes down to money. Follow the money, and that's why that's there at 95% still. You'd think it would take the same amount of time to get from 90 to 95 as it would do for 95 to 100. But it doesn't, does it? You see, if the program was true telling you the truth, it would. But it doesn't, does it? So it's lying to you. That's how you know when a program lies. There's a disparity in time. That's how you can measure whether your process is efficient or not. But it isn't the process that's under scrutiny here, it's the reporting of the process that is under scrutiny. It is the reporting of the process's efficiency which has been twisted. Go study stats. Statistics and statistical analysis is the process of twisting the truth. The process of lying with validation, which is exactly what you see here. There's a feedback loop somewhere in YouTube that creates a page, and users of YouTube will fill in a form for feedback. Questions will be asked. The feedback will be given. They will decide the alterations to YouTube on that feedback. They will listen to the users and what they want. One of the things the users wanted was to know how long it was going to take to process a video. And of course there's no answer to that. That's a rabbit hole. They didn't know how long the video was going to be and how much time or speed their server would take. That wasn't a very good English sentence. I'm getting bad today. They didn't know how long it's going to take at the initial setup of processing. They have no way of knowing. They don't know how many videos they are processing at once, what speed that server is running at, because it has to divide its speed by the number of videos it's processing. And at any one time, any number of videos can be processed. They can limit the slowness by having more servers for processing and limiting the number of processes per server. But they still don't know the answer to the first question, because they don't know the length of each process. They can calculate it at the start of the process at 1%, but they're already showing the 1%. So they've already decided how long it's going to take. So it's going to take the maximum amount of time. You can get to 95% in any time you wish. That's irrelevant. But it is the solution. Because you can't jump down the rabbit hole. It's the only viable solution is to lie. Because you can't tell the truth. So when they decided in their infinite wisdom to do what the users wanted, they did do what the users wanted. They put up a little thing with a flashing blue square called SD, with a word after it called processing, and a percentage number for how complete the process was. And as in science, you can't show what is, you can only show what is not. They can only show that the process is not complete. They can't show how much of it is complete. And this is where the programmers learn the hard fact. If you do what the users want, you're going to have to lie to your users. You're going to have to tell them that you're doing what they want. It's interesting, isn't it? Now, if when YouTube was originally made, they didn't jump down the rabbit hole and make a spaghetti mountain of rubbish, and they actually did Pass 2 and Pass 3, this wouldn't be happening. Because they would have known that they can't put that on the screen in all truth. But because their code is rubbish, they have to. They could have told us. They could actually tell us a list of processing steps and which step it is currently processing instead of percentage sign. But to program that would have cost so much, linking all of those together, each process reporting back how far along it was. But it would have been accurate, and it would have been the truth. But they couldn't do that because their code is crap. If they had gold code, it would be easy because each process would be able to communicate with any other process. Each module would be independent. But it's not, is it, YouTube? It's spaghetti. You don't, if you were to link in all of the functionality that you would require to report the process properly, you would probably break the program. No, not probably, you would break the program. I bet you tried, didn't you? I bet you tried. I think they tried not to lie to us, but the solution states otherwise. Hey, Vivax3794. Good to see you, mate. The talk's over for the day, but I'm just rambling on, seeing how long 95% processing lasts for. So far it's been a few minutes. A few minutes more than it took to get from 90 to 95. I'm proving a point. Do we need to carry on watching processing 95% to know that they're lying to me? Because, Igor, your feedback is 100% correct. The problem is YouTube lied to you. The video wasn't in 380p. The video is in 1080p. It just hadn't finished processing. All the data's there. It's being copied over right now. But once this SD little blue flashing light goes out, a new orangey red flashing light will come on, and it will change the letters from SD to HD. and it will start processing again from 0%. At the same time, it's going to publish this SD blue flashing one so that you can watch it. And that, Igor, is what you were watching, the blue flashing processed one. The high definition one hadn't been processed and published by YouTube. That is the correct answer that you should get from YouTube when you ask their support for help in why you are getting 380p on my videos and not 1080p. It's because the 1080p isn't available. They're going to lie to you probably. Oh, it's the YouTuber's fault. Well, yeah, it is. Oh, I didn't do that right. Did you notice that it doesn't show the menu unless you do that? Oh, it's done it. Good. So that's all right. Hit refresh. Guess what? 95%. Hey, more viewers. Any questions about games programming, by the way? If you go back to the start of today's talk, the talk's been done. We're finished. We got the conclusion. I taught everybody how to program. In around 50 minutes. Probably less, 40 minutes. It's not a long one today, so we've got a lot of time to chat. And a lot of time to call YouTube out on a display which is garbage. So why do I use the 3-pass rule? And why do I believe that programmers should demand that we use the 3-pass rule? And demand that we are accountable for it? Why should programmers become a profession? Why should we profess to have a standard which we must attain? And take the power away from the publishers, who then cannot release the code into the public domain until that code is golden. Well, it's got a lot to do with money, and there'd be a lot of resistance from the publishers. Yeah, but we are the programmers. We don't have a profession. We need to write that profession. We need to write those standards. We need to define the pass 1, the pass 2, and the pass 3, which I use. We need to put our foot down. And to become a programmer, you must sign that contract. You must take that oath that you will never, ever publish anything but pass 3 code. And it will be illegal to do so. Why? Why do we need to do that? Why should we be thinking this? What's wrong with what I'm saying? And why am I saying it? Should I be? Ooh. Pending. Because of what happens next. In 2011, the internet went under a massive upgrade to something called IPv6, which is a protocol to allow more computers, more servers to link onto the internet, because we were running out of internet addresses under IPv4. We're still using IPv4 as a standard, but IPv6 is in place. It is not yet the standard. It's there on your modem. You're not using it. It's there on your mobile devices using Wi-Fi. It's available. 100% totally available worldwide, and we're not using it. Why are we not using it? Are we running out of internet addresses? Yes, we are. We're covering up the fact quite well. We're not covering up the fact at all. We're ignoring the fact. Very well. Indeed, very professionally. That's how you program, by the way. 1, 2, and 3. What happens in the next few years? They're already programming towards it. The initiatives, the people with forward thinking are already doing something about it. But that is being done at a business level, and they are using Pass1 code. They're using a jumbled up mess of garbage. And they are programming the future of the internet with it. The next evolution of the internet that is going to happen. It's already started. It's happening. It's being programmed. It's being developed right here, right now, by major industry. By people like YouTube, Microsoft, Google. In fact, Google is currently at the forefront. I think Google is currently leading the race to the next evolution of the internet. I can't prove that unless I'm an industrial spy. I just get this gut feeling that they're winning the race. Somebody is. They're not asking each other, they're all doing it independently. One of them's going to win. I might live long enough to know the answer. I know when it happens. I know how long it's going to take them to develop it. And there's going to be a crunch. There's going to be a final race where the Pass1 code is left as Pass1 code. And we won't have anything in place to say you can't release it. Because we're not a profession. We don't have an Hippocratic oath. We're not doctors. Doctors can go into court and say, I swore to the Hippocratic oath and I upheld it. And if a patient dies on the operating table, it's not murder because of that Hippocratic oath. If a person gets into a car and presses the brake pedal and the software that connects the brake pedal to the brake fails because it's Pass1 code and it's garbage, the programmer hasn't got a leg to stand on. The first two went to jail a number of years back in LA. It was the first court hearing of its kind. It set a precedence. You need a profession to survive. Do you think those programmers intended their program to kill that person in a car accident? It did. And they were to blame. Not the managers, not the company. The programmers were responsible. Because they're not a profession. They couldn't go into court and say, this is what we profess. We profess that we will produce gold code which can be released. And that our gold code cannot have bugs. Our gold code cannot have errors which will cause such a thing. For such a thing to happen must have come from an outside source. And that's what the Hippocratic Oath does for doctors. Surgeons at on an operating table will do their best under their oath for the survival of the patient. They rigorously will uphold the Hippocratic Oath, and they will have procedures in place to complete that operation. If the patient dies, it will be because of an outside influence. It will not be the responsibility of the surgeon. The surgeon can prove they followed the procedure. They followed the program that had been set out to save that patient's life. Those programmers that went to jail didn't have that. Programmers are dangerous. Stay to programming games, please. Don't go out there into the real world and start saying, I can program anything. Because you can't. We don't have a profession that can. If you're in a job, or you get a job in the future, at any company, and you are asked to program something which could endanger somebody's life, and there's a lot of ways you can do that. I've just given an example. Then you have to turn around and say no, because I will be responsible. If you want it programming, Mr. Manager, you do it. You'll probably get sacked. Thank God. You might just want to hand your notice in instead. It might be easier that way. Because if you get sacked, you probably won't get a job again. You won't get a reference. If you bite your tongue, you walk away and hide your head in shame, we'll never get a profession. We'll never be able to turn around to that manager and say, yeah, okay, but I swore an oath that I will only produce gold code. Without bugs, without error. And if you can turn around and state that to your manager, and your manager then turns around to you and says, how long will it take? You can then turn around to your manager and say, that's your problem. Don't give it to me. And they can't sack you. The law works both ways in human society. Professions are protected by the law. Programmers are not. bear that in mind if you want to be a programmer and you want to go out there into the big wide world and work for one of these wonderful companies. It's why I chose Programming Games Club rather than Programming Applications Club. Unfortunately, programming games also comes under the same rules. I'm not allowed to say any more due to, if I do, I could end up in court. So I won't. You can do your own research. I'm not doing that part for you. Okay. Let's give this another whirl. It's still processing 95% and has been doing so for nearly 47... Well, actually has been for 47 minutes. It's nearly finished. I think it's finished in about 3 to 5 minutes. If I'm watching the clocks correctly. Maybe longer. Damn. I didn't know. I didn't get the time of zero. I didn't get the time of starting the process. Oh, whoops. I clicked on this before I clicked on... I uploaded this morning before I started the stream, so it would have been... Ooh. 10:30. Upload started around 10:30. It got to 95% around about 50 minutes ago, which was 12 o'clock. That's 1.5 hours. It's been at 95% for around 48 minutes. It's going to be there for another 30 minutes. Okay. Shall we have a cup of coffee then? This is a live experiment happening right in front of your eyes. What do you think, Poppy? Can I move? Can I go and make a cup of coffee? Can I go and do an experiment of switching the kettle on? I'm going to leave this on screen. Well, I'm going to leave this on screen for the rest of the day. For me. Not for you, for me. It's my piece of research. Because today I don't program, it's Sunday. Oh God, she's going to sleep on me. Poppy, I'm sorry, I do need to move. I would like to go and put the kettle on. Is that okay with you? Yeah? No? Please? Love? Hey, hey, hey. Come on. Why don't you want me to move? Are you cold? No, you're warm. Okay. Right, I'll just go and put the kettle on. When I'm back, I'll move this again. Where can I put it? Ah, can't do that. So you'll know when I'm back because this will move again. So if you do want to fast forward and you're watching the video, it gives you a point of reference to fast forward to. Be right back, putting the kettle on. Okay, kettle's on. Check for messages. That was yesterday. Action needed. Oh, here's an interesting one. Payment is on hold for additional documents. Log in for more information and next steps. This is from a banking application that I've been using for the past year to pay the wages of my cleaners, because my disability doesn't allow me to clean the house. Each week on a Monday, I pay their wages using an application online. That application turned round to me last Monday and said, I want documents of your identity. Guess what I did? I'll go and make that coffee now. Okay, those people who are fast forwarding, we're back. Just pop you there. So, I'm back. I've got my coffee. I've made it. Scenario. Here's a scenario for everybody listening. You have online banking, but to make things easy, you use a third-party application to make payments. The application could be from anybody that you may trust to a certain degree. You trust them to be able to transfer your money, either directly from a bank account to somebody else's bank account, or through a service that they provide within an application which you can probably download to your phone or whatever from Google Play. I also haven't addressed what was said at the end of yesterday's stream by somebody. We'll come to that. So, thank you, phone, for interrupting. Oh, you're live, are you? All of my messages have just come through. Hey, my internet's just come up. Are we still live? Yeah. Wow, that took a while to get through. All my messages from last night just appeared on my phone. From when I ordered my tea. my din-dins. The application which I use for payment of the cleaner's wages for this residence is done on a Monday. The application sends me through to another application which does bank-to-bank transfers of money. This other application, this Monday, for the first time in 12 months, stopped the payment and requested that I prove my identity. To do so, I would have to upload identity documentation of some kind, scan it in, take a picture of it on my phone, transfer it to my computer, send it by email. Scan in real life documents, put them on an email and send them to this company. What did I do? Did I research who the company was? Did I find out in which nation on the earth the company resided? Did I look the company up? Nope. Because I know the internet can lie. But the IP address can't, can it? Of course it can. Never heard of VPN? IP addresses no longer state where an address originates from. It states where the internet provider resides, not the user. First rule of hacking: disguise where you are. So there was no real point in looking up the company, because anything written on that company could be a lie. I wouldn't be able to prove any of it. I could have phoned the company and said, "Why do you need my ID?" And they gave me a phone number to phone. Who would I be phoning? Would I be phoning the company or a call centre? Or a third-party call centre? Or somebody sat at home being paid to look after a phone number? So calling them was out of the question. Looking them up on the internet would not give me any results. Contact them by email. Then I would have had to supply all of the details of the account transaction in progress. Who would I be emailing all that information to? Would it be the company itself? A third-party company who does the emails for them? Or an individual sat at home watching an inbox, dealing with emails in the order that they come in? Who would that information go to? So I couldn't do that. So what did I do? Or what would you do? Or what can you do? The answer is nothing. You can't do anything. You have to sit and wait. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited. Until last night. Something happened yesterday in their computer systems, in their automated systems, which activated an automatic email which came out telling me that they were going to cancel the payment. Now, I've already checked the payment hasn't gone out of my bank account, so I'm quite happy for them to do so. The money never moved. They never gave the authority, the go-ahead for the money to move to them to be transferred, because that's not how they work, and I know it's not how they work. So I was quite happy, and I knew I was quite safe, that the money, if that transaction wasn't going to go ahead, would never leave my bank account. So, the money has never left my bank account. They have cancelled the payment because I have not provided real-life identification. What can I now do? Well, I can now reply to the email that they sent me, because that email must contain information about that transaction. Because they had to identify that transaction to me to say that it was cancelled. So I can hit that reply button and I can write them an email and tell them that they do not need my identity to transfer the money, because my identity is held by my bank, which is the place where the money is going from, and the bank that it is going to also has a real-life identity attached to it. They are asking me for my identity legitimately, innocently maybe, due to money laundering regulations in whichever country they reside in. It may be international money laundering regulations that they are now having or being told to comply to. But something changed, and I wasn't told what changed. I was just told to provide my identity or get stuffed, and that's what's happened. I wasn't told why I need to provide my identity. The funny thing is, my bank holds my identity. I don't. I don't have a passport or driving license. I have nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. I have no documentation that proves who I am. I have no physical documentation in this residence. I do not belong to this society. I live outside of it. My wife, bless her heart, dealt with all of the money. She was quite happy to have an identity within society. She also hid from me the fact that she had papers identifying me. I hope she lost them. I haven't checked. Everything to do with my identity is held by my bank. My bank is my identity. I do not need to prove my identity to anybody else to make a transaction, a financial transaction. There is no law on this planet today that states that I have to. So tonight I'm going to be replying to the cancellation email to that effect. Are you interested in what happens next? Or shall I just keep that to myself? I'm going to war with society tonight, because I don't belong to that society. Society is not upholding its end of the bargain. I left society on the understanding that society would continue and that I wouldn't interfere. But society has just broken that contract. Not once in the last 3 months, but twice. I was supposed to be contacted by mail 2 months ago about my retirement. the rules state 6 months prior to retirement, full retirement in this case, that I be sent a package by the people who hold my pension. That package has not arrived. And I have inquired, politely, because I said I wouldn't interfere. And as of yet, we're talking 3-4 weeks now, no solution has been given to me. Society does not wish to communicate what is happening anymore. The rules and the regulations of society is now being broken. Unfortunately, I don't live my life by those rules. I have sent a second email to my pension holders, stating that I have a deadline. And that interferes with society. They broke the rules, not me. Now that there is a recorded deadline, they have to comply by their own laws, by the rules and laws of society. They have been given enough time to comply. In British society, it's 14 days. I've given them 3 months. 2.5 months now. Which by law is more than enough time. It's 14 days because the postal system is slightly slow and it takes about 3 days for a postal letter to come out to a person and then for them to complete a form and send it back in. That's 6 days. If that post goes missing either way, you need double the amount of time. That's 12 days. 2 days for safety. 14 days is the legal requirement in this country. And they're on their 3rd week. No, actually they're on their... The 14th day happened when? It's working days, not weeks. On the 7th of April. It was 14 working days since they last contacted me. Not including weekends, which are still considered non-working days by British law. Although we've modernised, and they are working days. The law hasn't changed yet. It hasn't caught up. So they're 1 to 3 days late. Oh dear. I sent the email for my pension yesterday, on the 9th. I gave them an extra day. The clock starts ticking on Monday the 11th. I then have 14 days. So, I can't count the weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 days. I'll probably give them 2 extra days. And on the last day of this month, I'm going to sue their asses off. I know they're not watching this video and I know they don't care. They're a company. They have no conscience. I also know that it doesn't matter to them because they're a big company. And it'll be a drop in the ocean for them. But it's the rest of my life. It's paid for. I don't need the money. Remember, I don't need your money. I don't want you to subscribe. They're holding the rest of my life in the balance. My detachment from society, I left it a few years ago. 10 years ago now. My wife opened the door marked exit from society and allowed me to step through. I don't care about money, and I don't want to care about money. I'm not going back through that door so that I have to. I'm not rejoining you, society. I'm going to play you at your own game. On the 30th of April 2022, Blades will go to war with society. And it will be doing so, I will be doing so with the only weapon that society understands. Money. I don't want the money. They do. They already have it. It's in safe hands because nobody's going to get hold of it. Because I can't get hold of it. So I'll be damned if anybody else can get hold of it. So they've got it. And as far as I'm concerned, they can keep it. But I have a deadline. The person that the money is for is still inside of society. That person requires the money, and it's not me. It's my wife. She's still alive at this point. She did me the biggest favour of my life. Because she knew that I couldn't survive within society. Because I didn't care about money. I have no concept of money. I can't deal with money. And I certainly don't need it. She knew that and released me from its bondage and set things up so I didn't have to deal with it. And I still don't. Everything's paid for. But on that deadline, my wife will get the money back. But it won't be my wife who receives that, because I don't think she can handle her reality as well as she used to be able to. It's going to go to her daughter, my stepdaughter, who is handling, hopefully by now, a power of attorney over her. And that money is not to take care of me, it's to take care of my wife. I'm going to hold the door open for her to step out of society. And I'm going to hope that her daughter will allow her to step through it, as Dee allowed me to step through it, and that Dee will then be provided for the rest of her life, short though it may be. Do you think the pension people care about that? That I am repaying a debt? A debt of love? Not a financial debt. They're going to see the money. They will follow the money. And I'm going to go to war for them. Oh, SD processing 16%. It's changed. I wonder why it's gone to SD processing 16%. Are we in the last 30 minutes? 15 minutes to go. Update. And they've made me angry. I told you I was angry yesterday, didn't I? Now you know why. I was upset. Because I'm about to declare war on society. That makes me upset. It's not that I'm having to declare war upon your society, it's because your society broke the rules. It broke its own rules. Not mine. I don't have any. I don't care about your society and what you've made it. I care about repaying a debt of love. It's the only thing I care about right now. I don't have anything left to care about. Thank you, Fan. What are you telling me? Really? Is he live? Wow, somebody's alive, people. That's very nice of you to tell me. Thank you, Fan. God help them. They can't win. And I can't lose. Interesting predicament to be in, isn't it? But it doesn't stop me from being angry. Or it didn't. I shouldn't have been angry yesterday. I shouldn't have been upset. I should have just sat there and said, I don't care. But I didn't. And it showed me that I still have a grip on reality. I still have a foot in reality. Sanity. I have a little bit left. It showed me that I actually cared. It's possibly the last thing I do care about. Not quite true. Poppy made me care. Good old Poppy. I didn't want to. She's not my cat. My cat died. I lost that love. But Poppy has made me care about her. Oh dear. That wasn't expected to happen. That's why I put a picture up yesterday. It's not because I wanted to show the world that I have a cat. It's because yesterday I realised I cared. It's been a long time. It's been 1.5 years since I last cared about anything. Come on, YouTube, you're still processing. Look how fast it's moving, that processing. Remember, it's that 5% just disappeared, didn't it? And it started processing again. It's now transferred the files. It's now processing the publishing part, which gives you access to my video. The video has been fully processed and it is now in a format which YouTube can publish. This processing counter, percentage counter, is the process of publishing. It doesn't tell you that, but that's what it is. So this is the final counter. It should end in about 8 minutes. But guess what it's going to do in 8 minutes' time? I've got a cup of coffee. We can wait. Hey, you're getting to know me as well. I thought I'd let you know what I was doing. A lot of people are just going to dismiss me as a insane cantankerous old git. And they would be 100% correct. Well, they will be very soon, when I lose that last final part of my sanity. When I remove that foot from reality. And I'll be doing it on purpose. And I know I'm going to do it. And it's going to be my choice. I don't know whether I'll be able to continue streaming, obviously. But I'm trying to record as many hours as I can. We've already got over 100 hours in the last month. 100 hours of what you programming games people need to do. Next week we're going to do a program. Probably my last program. And we're pending. I'm excited, I'm looking forward to it all. I haven't planned anything. I just know what happens next. I don't need to plan it all out. There's no plan. People think that the future is a divergent stream of timelines, where decisions will split the timelines and there are many futures. The future is uncertain. Bad news, humanity, it isn't. It's 100% certain. You just have to know what you're looking for. You can't forecast the end result. You can't specify the end result. But you can be certain of what the end result is going to be. And funnily enough, once you realise that, you can say when it happens. Because you can be certain of how long it's going to take to do it. (2029) is the date when they finally decide to release the next update for the internet. Come back to me, tell me I'm wrong. I might be dead by then, but don't worry about it. You can still post it on here. And you can talk about it and say, hey, this guy was an absolute lunatic, he was wrong. But I've just told you when it happens. The actual release date to the public, I don't know. I think it's in 2030. Can't tell you when, because that will be decided in 2029. And because that decision hasn't been made yet, it's something that I've been following now for the past 6 months. Ever since the idiots decided to do it. You'll like the upgrade. You're going to love it. It's going to change your life. I said 8 minutes. 3 minutes. It's at 43%. Did they reset this counter so it actually gets to 50? Do they know how long this process is going to take? They do, don't they? Because the data has been constructed and it's a publishing. Of course they know how long it's going to take. Wow! It's not lying. Stop lying to us. 2 minutes. I bet it takes 2 minutes to get to 50%. Give me a plus or minus a couple of minutes on that, because I can't remember exactly when I started this process. It's interesting. Clock's here. Can we get a clock on screen at the same time? There's an adjust data time. There's no clock. Oh. It just gives me what we've already got, does it? Doesn't give me the seconds. It says it's 13:31. Yes, that's correct. I said plus or minus. I must have started it at 10:32. Why can't I see the seconds? What kind of rubbish clock is this? Oh, I can sign in. I can't turn this into a normal clock. 50%, and we are at 13:32, so I actually started this process at 10:32. Thank you for that. It stops at 50%, does it? No, it continues. So it will complete at 14:04. Don't need you. What a rubbish clock. Why would you have a clock application that duplicates what you've got in the bottom right hand corner here? Doesn't make sense, does it? I wonder who dreamt up that idea and actually made it into an application. Somebody somewhere did. It was a company. It wasn't a programmer. That application belongs to a company. I don't need to look it up to know, because it's such a stupid application it can't belong to a person. A person would work it out, wouldn't they? A company can't work it out. They don't survive on logic. I bet the programmer was having a stitches writing that program, saying, they're paying us to do this. Do they not know it's on the bar? It's on the operating system's bar for every single operating system there is the time. Why would you need an application to tell you the time? In that format. If anybody knows, put it in the comments or whatever. If you have an idea and it doesn't make sense and it doesn't scan at the end of the idea, please don't write the program. Don't make yourself look like an idiot. I think you lot should tell me about you. Your likes, your dislikes. Is society in a good place? Is it going the right way? Is it in good hands? I don't know. Now to do with me. Do you want to work for Microsoft? Would you prefer to work for a games company? What job have you got? Who are you working for now? What do you believe is the future of a programmer? What do you believe is your future? I say believe, because you don't know, do you? Because society is going to change. I'm not in society, so I know my future. My future's not going to change. We can predict the weather, you know. Ever wondered how that works? We use computers to do it. We have developed weather forecasting software. Don't you think that's remarkable? Look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen that you're watching now. It's telling me what the weather is. If I click down there, I bet you it will tell me what the weather is going to be. And if they keep it within 7 days, they're probably going to be right. Because the program is pretty damned accurate to 7 days. How? How can that be? It's been that accurate for the last 20 years or so. It wasn't originally that accurate, it was only about 24 hours, but it's now 7 days. The weather forecast is accurate up to 7 days, and it's taken us 20 years to progress that far. Before we had that accuracy, we still had weather forecasts. They were estimates, best guesses of human beings, using measurements around the world. That was transferred into a program, and the guesstimates were taken out, and logical operations were put in their place, and the accuracy became better. As data has been interpreted over the years, the program has been developed. The accuracy has become better and better and better. Same thing's happening to the internet. Uh, 20 minutes of talking at this rate. Godfathers. They are dragging their feet today, YouTube. Maybe I should have chosen a shorter video to watch being processed. Hell, experiments take time. If you are watching, and you are watching this part of this video, which I hope nobody ever will, then you're probably intrigued. To see whether at 1402, did I say? 1404? 1404. I should note these down because I'll never remember the number. At 1404, whether that hits 100% or does it hit 95? If you've ever noticed on a Windows update that when you restart the computer it always goes to 33%. And then when you restart it only goes up to about 66% and then starts the computer into Windows. Have you ever noticed that? You ever wondered why? I know why, but have you ever wondered why? And that's why this is intriguing me. Because I've never seen it happen. I've only ever known it happens. I know it happens because look at how many videos I've published. So it must happen. On this account, anyway. So I know it happens. But I've never actually seen it happen. I've never observed it to happen. And observation changes the outcome. So by all of my theoretical calculations, I should be wrong. At 1404, it won't be published. It should be able to do parallel processing at this point for the HD, but it's not doing that. It's only processing the SD. They must be processing a lot of videos at once for that to be the solution. Because it's not efficient. They've already processed the SD, it's already in the correct format. They can now process the HD because they have all the information, or the basic information to do the processing. So why aren't they processing it? This is raising more questions than it's answering, isn't it? This experiment. I know why they're not processing it. It's not raising any questions for me. But I'm just trying to put forward thoughts. Because you might not know the answers. It's weird, isn't it, watching somebody else's experiment and listening to the thoughts in the head. This is my life. I don't actually care, but I'm intrigued. I want to see happen what I know. $45, you got 15 plus 4. 19 minutes to go. You're at 77%. Ooh, it's going to be close. You're all intrigued now, aren't you? Is it going to happen? Can I really see the future? And how do I know? I've already told you I've never seen this before happen. I've never done this experiment before. This is live. This is real. This is me. This is what I do. This is research. I haven't told you how to research, have I? Because if you're a scientist, you can only prove what is not. Because I'm not a scientist, I can prove what is. There's a difference. And by observing what is, I'm going to change the result. Oh, dear. 20% to go. Oh dear, I'm going to be wrong. Or am I? Bio break. Grab yourselves a coffee, you've got time. Interesting fact. Today is the first day in my life that I've ever shown anybody what I do. How my brain works. I can only collect the data, I can't process it. It'll get stored along with all the rest of the data as a photographic memory, which I can replay as a video at any time I wish. I can't think about it. I can only deal with the facts. It won't be cross-referenced with anything else. Today will never be cross-referenced with any other day within my own brain. I have a lifetime's worth of days photographed like a video. A very, very, very long video that would take a lifetime to play. People would therefore say I've forgotten more than I know. But I don't know anything. I only know the future. I don't know the past. I can't see the past. I have no history. I have no remembering. My brain doesn't work that way. It's not normal. It's miswired. It's part of my condition. It was great for exams, school, that kind of thing. Can I rewind and watch any day that I wish? Yeah, I can. It just takes time. It's a big long video and it does take time to rewind. To get right back to the very, very beginning can take an awful lot of time of rewinding. During that time I will lose any memories that will happen during those days that it takes to rewind. This is a side effect. And then I have to fast forward it back to where it was when I was started to rewind, and then it can continue to record. Bit of a problem. I try not to remember too much. It can take days out of my life to do so. 89%. 14 minutes to go. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. You can do it. You can beat me. You can prove me wrong now. You can prove me wrong. A computer can prove me wrong. And it's going to, because we're observing it. 14 minutes. And it is about to prove me wrong, by the way. It has to. Because I had to calculate the start point, and I really, really, really didn't know I was going to do this experiment today. I can't repeat the experiment either, because by observing it a second time, I will alter the results yet again. You can. You can do this experiment. You can record all of the timings, all of the processes. You can record all of the percentages, how long it takes to get from point to point. You can watch, you can observe, and you can record. You can become a scientist, but you will not be able to prove what it is. You will only be able to prove what it isn't. Is this going to prove me right? 94%. Come on, tick one more, tick one more, tick one more. Yes! 95% with 12 minutes to go. Come on. 12 minutes and you're at 95%. What do we know the program can't do? We already know. We've already seen it. Tell me. Tell me now. It can't say 96%, can it? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Show me you're telling the truth. My palms are sweating. My temperature has gone up. I'm scared. Please prove me wrong. Just one more number. 96. Do it now. Think I'll go and put the kettle on. If I observe it, it won't happen. Bad news. It knows it's being observed. It knows I'm recording this. 9 minutes. 9 minutes to go, YouTube. And you know you're being observed. Did you know reality is an experiment for this? I think it's called the slit experiment. It's where a single photon of light is fired at two slits, two parallel slits, and a background is then placed beyond those slits, and the resulting pattern on the background is the result of the experiment. And the result of the experiment is very astonishing. I think it's called the slit experiment. It's to do with photons and light. It's a physics experiment. And it's what we're doing right now. To go, and the kettle's boiling. I know it's boiling because I switched it on. And I know I've got 8 minutes. I'm going to go and make myself a cup of coffee. So is it lying to us? Did the programmers not program it to go to 100%? Yeah, course they programmed it to go to 100%, so why doesn't it? It does. Obviously it does. You don't think they set a max output of 95, do you? You don't think they placed an algorithm and then said, whatever the output is, if it's over 94, then it equals 95. Do you think they cheated? Do you think they lied? I don't think they lied. I wonder if any of them people who program this will ever see this video and actually put in the comments below whether they lied or not. Why would they? Four minutes. Did I know it was going to hang at 95%? Yes, of course I did. But what happens in 4 minutes' time? How long did it take to get to 95? It took 2. So it was 38 minus 2, 36 minutes. Add 36 minutes to 58. You get 34 again. Sorry, I'm just doing rough estimates in my head of the possibilities of what it does next when those 4 minutes are up. Is this the intended output for this program? That's the question that I'm asking. That's the experiment. Is this what they programmed? The answer is no. It isn't what they programmed at all. There's an old saying in programming, working as intended. It's a coverall statement that means you don't know what the hell's going on. The program's correct or the logic's correct, but the program doesn't do what you've told it to. Just like the photon doesn't do what it should do when it goes through those 2 slits. The pattern that comes up on the back cloth from the slit experiment, I'm just going to call it the slit experiment because I can't remember its real name, and I'm not going back in my memory to find out what it was. I want to see what happens here. I want to record this myself so I can replay it later in my own head. The pattern that is produced from a photon, a particle, it can only go through one slit or the other, but it doesn't. It is one particle. It goes through both slits and creates an interference pattern, as if it was a wave. If you were not to observe, and this has actually been cited as a proven case, although we can't prove it, because science can't do that. It needs to observe. If you were to not observe the result, the photon would go through one slit or the other. There would be a single line. An interference pattern is a series of lines that go across the whole of the background. But there should be a single line, one slit or the other. The photon can only go through one slit or the other. And you fire one individual photon at a time, and the light pattern that it makes on that background is the result of an individual photon hitting that background, displaying itself as a wave. And that's why this is working as intended. There we go. We've passed the time. 1 minute overdue. You lied to us, didn't you, game? You lied. Oh, YouTube, you're so silly. You didn't clean your code. This isn't even past 2. This is still Spaghetti Junction. So it's theoretically been proven that if you do not observe the photon going through the slit, it will only go through one of the slits. If you observe the photon passing through a slit by detecting it on the other side, it acts like a wave and goes through both slits. Which is impossible. But it does it. Boy, does it do it. What you are seeing here is an interference pattern. They programmed it properly. I guarantee you they programmed it properly, to the best of their abilities. But there's all that spaghetti. There's all that spaghetti code interfering. This will continue now to 1438, I think that calculation was that I just made. I can't quote it. If you heard it, then you can agree or disagree, I don't really care. But somewhere around about there, that processing will stop. And as we're on 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I can continue the experiment for as long as I want. You don't have to watch this, you know. I'm doing this for me, not you. You might be intrigued, though. You could go and look up the slit experiment and read up on it and make sure that I'm not making it all up. It comes under the heading Physics, Light, Experiment, Slit. Google it. It's one of the greatest paradoxes of modern science. It's where the bugs come from in programming. Interestingly enough. Can you write a program that has no bugs? Yes, you can. Can you write a program that doesn't have errors? Yes, you can. Can you write a program that acts in accordance with the instructions that you have given it? Yes, you can. Obama, get out of me head. Do we do that? No, we don't. No, we're quite happy to program with bugs and errors. We're quite happy to leave it all to chance. But computers can't do chance. They're logic. But there's a paradox in the universe called the slit experiment. You could represent a slit by a logic gate. Two logic gates sat side by side on a circuit board. The signal should go through one logic gate or the other. But when it's observed, it'll go through both. But it can't. The logic gates prevent it from doing so. And how is it being observed? We read the value, we look at the value, we read the result. Just as we are reading the result right now, we are observing the result. In exactly the same way a computer works. And so does light. And so does reality. The reason why scientists can't define reality is because it's a paradox. They can only say what it's not. Time's ticking, 95%. Time's ticking. When I decided to start this, I knew how long it was going to take. Why did I decide to start it? Because I had time to do it. Normally my talks go on for hours. Today was 40 minutes. It's going to be a long stream. Not really much programming involved, but there is. There's a program running. Part of programming is testing your application to make sure it does what it's supposed to do. Quality assurance, maybe. QA. There's a department in most places that use programmers. The QA department. Sometimes mistakenly called questions and answers, but it isn't. It's quality assurance. Testers. We value testing our programs to make sure that they are correct. And the only way to test our programs is to observe what they do. We can never prove that our programs are running correctly. We can only prove that they are not running incorrectly. We can only prove they complete the task which we set out. This will complete the task that has been set out. It will process. It will put this video up on YouTube. Of that I have no doubt. But is it actually doing what it's supposed to? Is it bugged? Yeah. Does it have errors in it? Yeah. 100%. Guaranteed. You're looking at one. It's stuck on 95%. That's a bug. That's not intended. It's supposed to go all the way to 100%. But it doesn't. How do I know that? Because that's what programmers do. They would have no reason to stop at 95%. Unless they were covering up that there's a bug. What you're seeing here is something called a workaround. Probably. That's when you cover up a bug. That's one possible outcome. If you're a programmer, how do you handle this? Surely you test your programs, don't you? Do you have a test suite? Do you use test-driven development, which is said to be the best way of developing software? I'm not going to agree or disagree with that. Because it's obvious what my belief is. I believe that the 3-pass system is the best way to develop software. Whether you use test-driven development within the 3 passes is up to you. I can't quantify test-driven development. I've never spoken about it either on this channel. Maybe I should. I think I've not spoken about it because I don't have the facts. Look it up. Are there any facts? Has test-driven development provided us with better software? Where are the facts? Or is it just opinion and belief? Is it a religion? There's facts in a religion. There was a geezer who was born 0 AD. That's the fact. And he was important enough for us to modify our calendar around him. He was possibly the most important person ever born. That's a fact. And yet I'm not religious. Why? Because they wrote stories about him. And stories are not fact. But it happens to be the best storybook in the world and the highest selling storybook in the world. It's sold more copies than any other book ever. We're not talking about the number of books printed. We're talking sold. People were willing to pay for those stories. Not the ones given away. Not the ones you find in the hotel room in a little red booklet form in the desk next to the bed, the bedside, whatever you call it, thing. That top drawer. That's where it is. I'm not up to date with modern society, so I don't know if they still do it, but they did in my day. And you could take it, you could keep it, and they'd replace it, and they wouldn't ask for money, because that was included within the cost of the room for the night. The book was your property. People used to go into these rooms, see the book, and leave it there, not realising they paid for it. It's part of the service. Ironic name, service, isn't it, when mentioning that book? It shaped all of history, that book. Shaped all of human history from 0 AD onwards. Some would say it shaped prehistory. Interesting thought. You do know which book I'm talking about. Obviously it's called the Bible, but go out and research it. Look at the facts. What did I say? 38? Okay. God, this is a good experiment. I was so scared that it was going to go to 100. Oh, wow. It didn't. It couldn't because we are watching. There's an interesting thing here. I have seen that number go beyond 95. And it's not because I was observing it. It was because I wasn't observing it. And I came into this page probably when it was at 97 or 98% complete. And it came up with 98% complete. So I know it can do it. I know those numbers exist within the program. I've only ever seen it once say 100 in all of the years that I've used YouTube. Normally it's because I usually set this off before doing a live stream, and then after the live stream I go back and check that the previous live stream is uploaded. And when I get to this page, it will give me the correct result because I haven't been observing it. So I've seen different numbers. I've seen the correct output. I know it exists. And that's why I know that 38 is probably the next time. 1438. I'm getting scared again. So it proved so far that it's lied to us twice. Amazing. If you're a YouTuber and you upload videos and you check that they are uploading, one day you're going to see a different number there. Greater than 95. You're going to see it by accident. And it won't register in your mind. Because it's just a number and it's doing its job. It's telling you a piece of information. But if you watch it process, it can't give you that number. But one day, accidentally, you may see it. That would be hard to do. It only happened to me because I don't care. And the number didn't matter to me. And it wasn't the reason I was looking it up or reopening the page. I wasn't reopening the page to observe the number. I was reopening the page to make sure that that black box was either still there, complete, and that if I did that, that was done. That's why I reopen it after doing a stream. Nothing to do with that number. The number was irrelevant. But I record everything that I see, and one day I saw it again and paused for a second in my photographic memory, and something said, "That's wrong. That doesn't exist." And that's why I'm doing this experiment. Because in my memory I have a number higher than 95% being displayed on a screen, which I ignored. That photon went through one slit. The pattern it made on the background was one slit, and I saw it. And I didn't know that I was seeing it. This experiment will prove that I saw it. Yeah, we're okay then. Problem is, can't repeat it, can you? I can't prove that I saw it. It's just a memory. A photographic memory. That only I can see. Which is why I know in 10 minutes' time processing should be complete. That's 6 minutes' time, is it? No. Did I do the calculations right? Don't know. You'll have to go back through the video and do the calculations yourself. You just work out the timings that I've been speaking about, and then you calculate from each time to each time for 100%. It's been through the first 100%, so we should know when the second 100% comes up, because it should take the same amount of time. We've been here before. An hour ago. You can go back 1 hour and have a look. You can study this video and check the facts that are presented to you by your own eyes. But I've been telling you all the way along, you're being lied to. I said it was the programmers, didn't I? You're being lied to by YouTube. Which is correct. But it's not entirely correct, is it? The slit experiment wasn't devised by YouTube. It wasn't performed by YouTube. It wasn't performed by the programmers. The programmers probably had no idea that the slit experiment exists. They have no idea about the paradox. Yeah, they're lying to us. So who is responsible for this lie? Who is responsible for this paradox? Come on, own up. Is any of you lot watching? Because if it is, I'd like to know. In a few months' time, I will know. I'm going to take my foot out of reality. When I finally lose my mind, my sanity. At that instant, I will know who is responsible. I already think I know. I already think I know the answer. But that's thought. Thought is an observation, and alters and distorts the answer. Knowing the answer to this experiment involves going insane, because it's a paradox. Interesting. Reality works in funny ways, as does the Bible. What would happen if you programmed the English language as a language for programming? And then you typed in the Bible and ran it as a program. Do you know what's going to happen if you do that? I've already said that the English language can be programmed, or made into a programming language. We did that yesterday. It's in the previous live stream. Talked all the way around it, and all about it. And I bet you never thought it would be brought up today. It's why I'm doing the experiment, isn't it? Because we talked about it yesterday. .33. So I know it's 34 or 38 that I said. I think it was 38. I'll stick with 38. I'll hold by whatever I said. You can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. Or you could just tell me that I'm an idiot. don't mind. What you think about me doesn't matter. The experiment matters. The experiment matters a lot. Because if that publishes at 38, the paradox is real. And the paradox exists within computers. If I've done my calculations right, plus or minus 1 minute. I'm getting very scared right now, because this isn't a belief. This is a factual experiment. And I'm hoping it's going to prove me wrong. 35. 3 minutes. I wanted to see the second so we could do a countdown. But I know my calculations are out, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. You could do this more precisely, more controlled. There's a real experiment, not just something on the spur of the moment that happened to happen on a live stream on Twitch whilst talking about programming. Because it is about programming, and it's whether a computer has a paradox inside it. A logical paradox. If the experiment is a success and proves the paradox to be true, then you've just found out where the bugs come from. You will be able to debug any program in existence today. I believe they're still having problems with Windows about debugging. Did they give up, do you think? I wonder how many bugs are currently registered to Windows at the moment. I bet it's more than the 3,000 it started with. 37. 1 minute to go. Prove me wrong. There's no point watching the time, because I don't know the actual time I'm looking for. There, it ticked over to 38. Are you going to publish this video or not, YouTube? Because if you are, it better not be right now. Please get to 39. I'll say plus or minus 1 minute, sugar. That leaves me in limbo a bit, doesn't it? I'm in limbo. I'm on the reality of event horizon. In limbo. I saw that. Who did that? 39. You ticked over and you flashed, you little sod. It was probably an inactivity program firing up on Windows. That just scared the living daylights out of me. Hope my heart will last to the end of this stream. It's not programmed to do so. It was programmed to stop a few years ago. I underwent an operation. I'm on borrowed time. Modern science, fantastic. Called an ablation. They burnt out pathways in my heart to stop it beating too fast. It was beating at over 170 beats per minute. Twice as fast as it should have been beating. They had to do multiple ablations to get the heart rate down. During the whole process I was awake. They need you to be awake so they can ask you questions as they go, whilst they monitor your heart. And at the same time there is a probe inside your heart with a little laser on the end burning away the pathways. The burning sensation can be felt. The process was excessively painful. They couldn't sedate me, so they gave me painkillers. Lots of painkillers, lots of morphine. It didn't stop the pain. At the end of the operation I passed out. And I passed out on and off for the next 2 weeks. In extreme agony. My heart rate went down to 52 beats per minute and remained there. They discharged me as a success. And left me to live the rest of my life in hell. In an amount of pain so unbearable that no human should ever have to experience it. I'm in stage 3 of detox now. I stopped taking the painkillers. I haven't slept for a week. I've passed out a few times. For a few hours here and there. I go to see my wife for the last time this next week coming up. It's going to break my sanity. I'm going to remove my foot from reality. I'm hoping I'll get the videos done for modular programming. I'm going to try and get most of that done tomorrow. I'll book the visit for Thursday, so we'll get Monday and Wednesday at least. Friday might not happen. Well, Friday will happen, it just might not happen for me. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. I can't die because I've still got to wage war on society. I'll be insane, but it won't matter. I won't have to be sane because I can't lose. Thank God for that. We're out of the problem zone. So, the paradox isn't there. Unless you do the calculations correctly, I guess. It will continue now until 1504, was it? Or was it 50? Yeah, we went past the o'clock, didn't we? Oh, it flickered again. We're still up, aren't we? Yeah. We're still recording. The next time event is 1504 by the calculations I've been making so far. 1508. 32. 8, 10. 1510. I'll go with 1510. That is the time that the non-paradox will happen. We're observing, so we can only prove what it's not. If it's 1510, by the calculations that I've been using so far, the paradox does not exist. Interesting. So YouTube, you are doing a major experiment for science today. You are going to prove that the physicists were wrong, are you? That there isn't a paradox. That the conclusion of the slit experiment was wrong. Are you going to prove that? That there isn't a paradox? I already know the answer, but I thought I built it up quite well, though, about proving the paradox exists. Are we going to prove that the paradox doesn't exist? Well, we all know that we can't, but because we are inside of a reality that states that we can't prove that, So whatever I try to measure, observe or do will prove me wrong. All the calculations are for naught. Does that mean the experiment is successful? Yes, it does. No matter what happens, the experiment will be successful. We're using a computer independent that I have not programmed. We are using a controlled experiment, which is the uploading of a video from Twitch to YouTube. All of the parameters can be measured. And verified. It's a valid experiment. Are you intrigued about the final result now? Will it prove the paradox doesn't exist? Because we can't prove it does exist. Well, if you've got your head screwed on and you live in reality, which I will do for the next few days, then you know that the paradox does exist. Because science has told you it does exist. Because everything else has been disproved. I'm now going to ask you the question, is science correct? And I've told you the answer to that, I think, a bit earlier on, that I disagree with science. Doesn't mean science is incorrect, because it is perfectly 100% correct. By its own definition, science has to be correct, because science is a belief, it's not a fact. But the reason I'm doing the experiment is because I need to know the fact. I need to know one fact. Because I know the paradox doesn't exist. And I bet I can't prove it. Yeah, I knew this was going to take a long time, and I knew that, but with 32 minutes, I think, I've been adding each time, there's a long gap between each of the proofs of the experiment for each stage of the conclusion. You could probably do this with a shorter video in a much faster time frame. I'd do it with probably a 1 hour video uploaded to YouTube in HD, 1080p of course. And it should take a lot less time. And you could write down those times and you can check them all. It's not something that I will be able to do again. You can only do it once for yourself. You can't do it twice because you get a different answer. It's not repeatable. In science, an experiment has to be repeatable. In reality, an experiment can only happen once for each individual. This is repeatable for every single person on this planet, but they can only do the experiment once. The fact that I decided to do it today for me, well, I'm impressed with myself. I've impressed myself, Poppy. Are you coming over here? You're impressed with me as well. Why is your heart beating so fast? Is it because I'm nervous? She's nervous. She knows. Yeah, cats. About that. They're going to think I'm mad if I tell them. You don't want me to? Okay. I could just shut up. You purr. Good girl. Thank you. No, 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 no. You'll break the microphone if you do that, love. Sorry. You know you will, and that's why you're doing it. So you don't want me to tell them? Okay. About cats. My wife knows. She doesn't understand it, but she knows. That's good enough for me. How's it going, viewers? We're doing an experiment to see whether a paradox exists within programming. It doesn't, but we're doing an experiment to find out that it does. So far, we have proved that probably it doesn't. If this video gets published at 15:10, I think the time is, that I quoted, it will prove categorically that the paradox does not exist and that the scientists were wrong. Interesting. It better not happen. If it does, then I'll have to take my foot out of reality and lose my last piece of sanity. Well, we'll know in 13 minutes, won't we? I don't know who's more nervous now, me or Poppy. Cats will react to your emotions. Poppy knows I'm scared. She's now hugging my leg, trying to comfort me. And she's purring to try and calm me. Very kind of you to look after me like this, Poppy. Very kind indeed. I don't ask you to, but you do. If you haven't seen Poppy, she's here. Here she is. She's now wrapped up around my leg, and her fur is so soft. Look at her eyes, the way she's looking. That's saying, feed me. It's not published yet. If we look away, will it? Dunno. Don't care. There you go. There's Discord. Oh good, didn't happen. How likely are you to recommend Microsoft Edge to a friend or colleague? Well, if you're asking me that question and you don't know, then you've done a very bad job in programming Microsoft Edge, haven't you? Let's face up to the truth, people. You can join the Discord if you want. Talk to each other about programming. Learn from each other. Thousands of people have been watching these videos. On Twitch and on YouTube. There's thousands of you. Talk to each other. Work out the future. Become something. Do something. Craft the future. Be the future. Does that mean I've just incited a riot of programmers' rebellion? Possibly. Is that against the law in society? I don't know. You did it again, Pointer. I keep seeing you do that. And each time you do it, I have to hit refresh because I don't trust what I'm seeing, because I know that Windows will focus on something different and may not update the screen. You have to keep the screen focused, by the way, for that to update in lifetime. 9 minutes. To the end of the experiment. The experiment finally ends in 9 minutes. Thank God. You do realise I can't tell you the answer to the experiment, and you're going to have to draw your own conclusions. And to watch the whole experiment through would be probably a waste of 3 hours of your life. I only upload these streams, I don't edit them. I never edit them. They're a factual record of what happens, whether I get things right or wrong. I don't mind being human. I'm not like a YouTuber. I don't edit my videos to make myself look good, because I don't care about looking good. That's why there's no camera. You're supposed to engage with your audience to be successful. I don't care. I don't want to be successful. I don't want the money. Because that is the only way you're going to measure success, isn't it, society? A successful YouTuber is somebody who doesn't just have viewers but earns money from those viewers and can support themselves with that money. That is a professional YouTuber. That's not me. It's not what I want to become. Seven minutes. The reason why Poppy is so nervous is because she knows what I'm doing. And she will stop me from talking about cats. She knows how to break the microphone. She knows how to bite it or throw out her claw. And trust me, she will do it if I try. Go, go, go. Oh, Vivax3794, big shout out to you. Very, very big thank you for the follow. I don't do the shout outs as they happen. I'll try and put you at the top of the next video as well, assuming I remember. But there'll be an email sent to me that you've followed. It's appreciated. Just don't subscribe, whatever you do. Don't pay any money. This is free. It's the ramblings of an old, insane, cantankerous git. Let's leave it that way, shall we? Thank you. Done. Now it will process the HD version. Igor, please notice that you can now... Oh, by the way, 5 minutes. I calculated it to within 5 minutes. It proves that the paradox doesn't exist. Thank you. Right. It means that if you go down to this, I have to just refresh, and in your fantastic wisdom you click on it. Sorry about the microphone. You will find under settings that the quality is 360p. Welcome. Alright, you don't need to listen as well. You'll find that the quality is 360p, and that's what you're viewing, Igor. Your problem isn't with me, it's with time. You're accessing the video too early. It hasn't processed the HD yet. The processing of the HD will be complete when it's completed, and that will be then available to you, and I hope that you get the message that what you said in the comments was not correct. I doubt you'll have actually watched it this far, so you won't see this at all, will you? Oh well. I tried to make it interesting. But the scientists are wrong. There is no paradox, is there? I calculated that to within 5 minutes from a time of starting which I didn't know. How could I have done that? How could I have known? Unless I knew the answer to start off with, there's no way I could have known. Write code from scratch with more explanation. Starting tomorrow. Is my internet going to cut out, do you think? I know they're upgrading it, but should it really cut out on a Sunday? Should have done yesterday, and it did. Because they had to flick a switch at some point. Karim, we're going to start tomorrow. Write code from scratch with more explanation. Have we titled this up? Have we started it? Let's have a look. Tap that out, please. We haven't. Modular programming is the title. Okay. .72 tools. Let's set it up. Reset view and origin. 2.64. Okay, that's good. File. What did I just read? Modular programming. Okay. Let's get this done. No time like the present. Yeah, basket. Come on, give me 2. Ah, it's there. Found you. Modular programming. Example 1. The calculator. Interesting about this subject is there are an infinite number of variations of calculator. There's not really any specific way in which we can get this programming wrong then, is there? But it's what I've been asked to do. Alright. So the rules will be I'm not allowed to do research, I'm not allowed to look anything up, I've got to do it from scratch and it's got to be live. All the code created must be code that I can create on the spur of the moment and I can't copy and paste from any other program, according to this piece of text here. So the rules of engagement have been laid down by Karim. I accept. I will be doing no research on this tonight. I think I'm just going to do something completely different tonight. Nothing to do with programming. So, those are going to be the rules of engagement. Tomorrow we are going to program a calculator using whatever I've got in front of me at the time. I think it's C++. I can't remember until I switch that computer on and we transfer to it and we program. I won't know until the moment we start doing the program exactly what language I'll be programming it in. And even then I'll probably not know what language I'm programming in at any one point in time. That will be interesting. We know what I'm going to do and we know what the start point is and all the rest of it, and it's going to be a 2-piece jigsaw puzzle. It's going to have a main entry point and a calculator module. I have no doubts I can do it. That's probably the difference between me and a lot of people. So, that brings us to the end of today. 4-hour session. 1 hour talk. 3 hours of experiment. Proving that, well, not proving, but suggesting then, we'll tone down the language a little bit, shall we? Suggesting that the scientists are wrong. I know they're wrong, but that's beside the point. So I knew the result of the experiment before I even attempted to do it. And as I don't know how to lie, I gave you the experiment live. Never been performed before in that way. It wasn't a scientifically controlled experiment, I agree. It was just on the spur of the moment. Draw your own conclusions. To me, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you think. Just before you go senile when you get old, you'll realise, possibly, that it mattered. Take care, peeps. Thanks for joining me on a real bit of a rodeo ride today, in which I had no idea what the results were going to be. The talk I knew. It's a talk which I can give over and over and over again many, many times without deviating from the facts. The experiment was new to me. Even though I know the results, I was very intrigued by it, and it scared the hell out of me. I'm glad I did it now. It's going to give me something to think about this evening. Something to think about that isn't programming. Something to think about with reality. Take care. Do some research. Go play with some code. Go have fun.